Hi everyone, thanks for joining us for the session today. My name is Nikhil Surve. I'm part of the Strategic Alliances team at R3. And today I have got with me a wonderful panel. We've got Vineet from HCL Technologies, and then we have got Iran, the founder and CEO of LedgerTech, with me today on the discussion there. So Vineet and Iran, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Iran. Thank you. And Iran, if you could start with your introductions and then moving on to Vineet, and then we'll kick off the discussions from there.
Sure. So at LedgerTech, we've developed an R3 Corda-based solution for the insurance industry. It's a digital insurance framework. We started a couple of years ago looking at the insurance industry and thinking how we can use blockchain and DLT technology to help the insurance industry becoming more digital. We've worked with a couple of design partners and systems integration partners like Bahati AXA and AXA in Japan to come up with our initial solution that helps insurance company utilize blockchain technology to offer a fully digital service to the customers. So very similar to what customers are now seeing with Lemonade, Next Insurance, and Hippo, but just using a blockchain infrastructure where the customer is communicating with the insurance company using a mobile application, and take the advantages of increased security, transparency. What you see is what I see. Enhanced trust between the different participants in the ecosystem to allow both underwriting and claims management. And when you look at the insurance industry, you can divide it into two parts. The old world, which is what we used to today, acquiring insurance like motor insurance, home insurance, life insurance, things like that, which we use blockchain technology in order to improve, enhance, and make the process faster, cheaper, more efficient, more user-friendly. But more important is the new world where we actually leverage blockchain technology to offer new and innovative ways to consume insurance, such as parametric insurance or peer-to-peer insurance, where you require consensus between the different participants in the pool in order to admit new people to the pool or approve claims, where basically form a group of customers with normally a shared common interest, like let's say Harley Davidson Bike Club or classic car collectors that divide the risk between themselves. It's like going back to basics, because this is how insurance started. And you leverage the R3 Corda technology in order to manage the whole process, the underwriting, the claims management, and so on. So that's basically what we do in a nutshell. We've been up and running for slightly over 2 years, and we get really good reception for our product and the utilization of the R3 Corda technology.
Thanks, Iran, for sharing that view, and a pretty interesting take that you have taken as an old world and a new world. I would like to hear more about the value that you think is coming out for both of these sides of points. But coming back to you, Vineet, if you could do a brief introduction about yourself and what HCL is doing in the insurance sector, and then we can take it off from there.
Sure. Thank you, Nikhil. As lead the blockchain practice for HCL Technologies. In HCL, we incubated the blockchain 5 years back, and insurance has always been a key vertical for us for blockchain practice since the inception of our practice, and it continues to be so. We have built quite a few solutions which are horizontal in nature and which are insurance specific in nature, and some of these are around KYC, around multinational insurance, around PNC insurance, and so on. We'll talk about some of those as we go. And thank you, Nikhil and R3 for this invite, and I look forward to engaging in the conversation today. Thanks.
Hey, thank you, Vineet. It's a pleasure to have you for this talk. And if I can ask you, right, you mentioned a few examples or solutions that you have built already. From your perspective,
Yeah.
what is really driving the insurance industry towards adoption of blockchain? I know they are going through a big shift as an industry, and as pandemic has hit the globe. But what's your view on why does the insurance industry need a technology such as blockchain, or more specifically Corda for that matter?
So in terms of insurance sector, our belief and our experience is that insurance typically lags other sectors of financial services in modernizing its business processes and transformation of technology. And insurance is typically an ecosystem in terms of interactions, and these are very heavy data-intensive interactions between multiple participants of this ecosystem. For example, brokers, insurers, reinsurers, underwriters, and there is a huge amount of duplicity among these data interactions. And the process entirely is not a seamless process. And with the virtue of blockchain being a distributed ledger and being provided that foundational capability to be able to share that information very easily among the partners of an ecosystem, it makes it very seamless for different participants to come together, share information, to be able to settle for settlements, for agreeing amounts which are payable. So the entire process can be put on blockchain to make it very seamless in nature, and that's the real potential of blockchain for insurance. So challenges such as inefficient exchange of information or inaccuracies with respect to underwriting are some of the challenges which can easily be redeemed by blockchain. That's the example. That's some of the experiences that we have. So, in the primary drivers, if I was to outline the primary drivers, that would be in terms of the efficiency of a reduced overhead cost and improved customer experience. These are the typical two. I like to typically, go into some of the examples. But Aaron, do you have anything you would like to add, and then I can take some examples.
Yeah, sure. My experience is that insurance customers are looking for business reasons. So no CIO wakes up in the morning and says to himself, "Oh, blockchain, let's see how I can implement blockchain." What they're looking for is business reasons to implement blockchain. For example, digital transformation. They are under pressure on one hand from newcomers to this industry who are offering a complete digital solution. And on the other hand, you're right, they're under pressure from operational costs, which are ramping up. New type of customers, millennials, who are more used to consume products digitally. So there are a lot of business reasons why this need to be a change. Now, blockchain happened to be technology to embrace this change because of the transparency, the increased security, and so on. The fact that there is a huge ecosystem within an insurance company and its service providers. So if you look at claims management around health insurance or motor insurance, there is the insurance company, the customer, the damage appraiser, the workshops, the spare part shops, and so on and so on. They all need to be linked, and everything needs to be secured and transparent in order to prevent fraud. So you don't want to have the same invoice twice submitted into different insurance cases. And then there is a higher degree of sharing of information between different insurance companies which are in a competition state. On one hand, they're competing, and on the other hand, they would like to be able to cooperate in order to reduce their costs and reduce risks of fraud. So they would like to be able to share information or partially share information about customers, but they wouldn't be using it. They can choose which part of the information they actually share. So if you look at the Indian market around no claim bonus, the insurers would like to share information about the claims history of customers, but what they wouldn't want to expose is the fact that this specific customer is actually looking for replacing his insurance company, because then everyone else will try and hit it. So there are really good reasons why this is starting to catch up.
Yeah. And I'd like to just add, in terms of, if you look at the spectrum of possibilities here, it's very wide. I'd like to take a couple of examples. So let's take the example of a customer experience as a driver. KYC, and HCL has a solution called block KYC, which is essentially once the consumer has been KYC'd by one participant in the ecosystem, then I have a self-sovereign identity. So as a consumer, I have a self-sovereign identity over whoever with I can share my information on the ecosystem. I do not have to get myself KYC'd all over again. That's the power of distributed ledger, particularly R3 in this case. And similarly, let's look at another example of Building Block, which is a multinational insurance platform that HCL created for multinational property insurance. All these different documentations that are added by different geographies across the globe. And there is no provenance to that. And blockchain provides a right platform to be able to add the right level of appendices, right level of information, right level of tracking. So, and that makes it for a huge case for compliance, auditability, and reduction of overhead. So you know exactly who added what information at one point of time during this policy creation. So if you look at the spectrum and the drivers, this is very, very broad. On one hand, we have drivers such as customer experience. On the other hand, we have drivers such as compliance and auditability, and then reduction of overhead cost, making the whole process seamless. So I think there are, when the organizations look at which use cases to implement, I think there is a broad spectrum to look at, and I think there are multiple ways to see which one suits them best. So I think the possibility is immense here.
And another thing that is very important is the consortiums that are starting to use the R3 code, like B3I, which is very strong in Europe and in Asia, and RiskStream in the US, which basically forming groups of 10th of insurance companies that are contributing to this consortium, and they all sit on the Corda network, and that allowed them to exchange information between them, form deals. They started with reinsurance use case, but they will take it forward to other areas of the insurance industry. So that brings a lot of power, because the minute you run on Corda, you have the potential access to these 40, 50 insurance companies with big names like AXA and Unicre and so on, which have already committed themselves to develop on the Corda platform.
Yeah, fantastic. And thanks, Siran, for touching upon that topic of consortiums. Obviously, R3 Corda continues to be the de facto platform there. But even if we take a slightly different take, right? If someone does not want to go via the consortium route, what has been your experience talking to customers, just having use cases which are meant for their ecosystem and not necessarily an ecosystem play from day one?
Well, as a technology partner, as a technology provider, our initial focus is not around the consortium, because it's a more difficult sell. You need to have several different organizations agreeing to do the same things, and that's never easy. So our focus was always around providing solutions for the insurance company and the ecosystem. So being able to underwrite better, being able to manage claims better, which are the type of solutions that improve the current state or the old world, where you see a lot of advantages. You put the customers, the brokers, the service providers, and so on the same blockchain network, on the same Corda network, and they can exchange information securely, fast, and reduce cost. The other thing is where we see a lot of interest is around the new implementation. So parametric insurance and peer-to-peer insurance, which means that they can actually offer new products and take advantage of the blockchain infrastructure.
Yeah, I wanted to add a couple of things, from my experience in terms of, when organizations first start to implement blockchain and they try to venture into this is for people who have not really ventured a lot, or probably who just had a few first steps, I think a large set of use cases which are well known are ecosystem use cases, and blockchain is an ecosystem technology which must be seen like that. At the same time, there is a small set of use cases that may exist within your enterprise, right? That can remove some inefficiencies that may exist within your enterprise, and this can be only very small set of use cases, maybe only 5 to 10%. And I think that those must be tried as well. The reason for that is that it can sometimes be a business challenge, not a technical challenge. It can sometimes be a business challenge to bring together partners to form a network. However, there are some use cases that you may explore. For example, netting of transactions within your own organizations, if those are across geographical boundaries, or if there are any you know a business process that exists across a large part of the organization, and that is causing the process to be inefficient because they are on all different databases and ledgers and so on, and those can also be brought together by Corda. And that those kind of use cases have a much simplified path for sponsorship because it happens within the boundaries of your organization. So it is much simpler use case to implement, and therefore that is one category that you must explore. That is the recommendation that I would have for somebody who is trying to adopt blockchain for the first time, or very first. The second category is to also look at, one is a consortium, and these are large consortiums that we are talking about, which are, huge supply chains and international insurances and so on. But there is another trend which we see is to be able to create networks which are small in nature. Even 5 or 6 providers coming together and creating a network of their own. One, the sponsorship and the ability to partner is easier as compared to a large set. Second is, even with a smaller set, it is possible to drive efficiencies, and that can give you some initial feedback, some initial return of investment that will give you motivation to explore and expand your use cases. So while these large use cases or large networks exist, but these are two other categories of use cases, within the boundaries of your organization, platform like Building Block, which is a multinational property insurance, or looking at a immediate set of ecosystem partners whom you can partner with and create small networks. That's also an immediate opportunity, is something that we have experienced.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks for those views. My next question is I think both of you have slightly covered it, but in your discussions with the customers, right, are you seeing any particular trends or any particular areas within insurance where there appears to be more value that can be unlocked via Corda?
Yeah, in my experience, the area of biometric insurance and peer-to-peer insurance gets a lot of traction because blockchain technology is pretty much designed for that. Everything that you do in the traditional insurance, like motor insurance or home insurance or whatever, you can do without blockchain. And the proof is people have been doing it for the past 50, 60 years. You can even do it without technology at all because people were buying insurance even before the computer was invented. So these are areas where you can use blockchain technology to improve efficiency, reduce risk, reduce fraud, and so on. But blockchain is not essential for the businesses to run. For peer-to-peer insurance, for example, and for biometric insurance, blockchain technology is kind of fundamental for the success of that, because if there was no blockchain involved in peer-to-peer, you would pretty much have to invent it. You would take, let's say, a messaging system or something like WebSphere, and you will build on top of that the type of capabilities that you need in order to run a peer-to-peer network properly, and you will end up redeveloping blockchain. So that's my view.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Iran. And just to add, I think there are, on Corda itself, there are other possibilities, quite a few other possibilities, specifically in terms of property and casualty insurance, wherein, there are a lot of intermediaries which are unregulated or like not, it's very different from an auto insurance, which is much more streamlined. But property and casualty can have a lot of intermediaries which are not registered, and people who are fixing their houses and so on. And in a lot of such cases, it's possible that whoever is involved in the claims process, and they do not want the information to be shared with other providers or other participants in the value chain. So privacy is a major concern in some of these processes. In fact, this is true even for KYC processes. We do not want one provider doesn't want his set of customers to be visible to the other provider unless and until you really want it to be. Unless until there is a self-sovereign identity and somebody says yes, my information should be shared. So privacy is a key factor which is enabled by Corda, and we see that playing a huge amount of that's a big factor for adoption of some of these use cases. So property and casualty insurance, claims processing, underwriting processes, where we do not want different participants in the underwriting process to be able to see what others are doing at the time unless and until it's really required. Yeah. So that level of privacy is provided by Corda, and therefore I would say these kind of use cases are particularly suited for Corda, although a large set is applicable. Yeah. So Nikhil, that's our perspective, and that's where we see much better adoption of Corda. Although looking at it as a blockchain platform, a wider set is applicable.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense, and I'm glad that the market finds resonance in the decisions that we took 4-5 years back building out Corda. So really, thank you for calling that out as well. And now, if I want to, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, I was thinking as a next step, if we slightly broaden our horizons, right, and if we think about a more broad set of technologies, everyone is talking about digital transformation, especially after COVID. Some companies have really accelerated their digital journeys. So how do you think blockchain and Corda fits into a broader digital transformation initiative, which someone might be driving at a big insurance company?
As the underlying infrastructure, of course. If you look at what we do, we developed a solution that helps companies to go fully digital. We use R3 Corda as an enabler. So the business driver is actually digital transformation, being able to attract more customers, to offer them new products and so on. The Corda is the enabler. That's what makes it happen. That's what makes it happen faster and more efficient than they would have been able to do otherwise. So at the end of the day, it's an infrastructure, and a damn good one.
Our take on digital transformation, let's look at it. If you wanted to take a very broad look at digital transformation, there are multiple tenets, and probably one of the tenets could be, for example, customer experience, right? Efficiency and others are also there. And let's take customer experience as a key tenet of digital transformation. Now, when we think of digital transformation, we think of a seamless process that is enabled by an enterprise. For example, faster onboarding, like a account opening, for example. However, that's a traditional way of thinking. But if we dig deep into this, we realize that the customer experience really doesn't really exist within the boundaries of an enterprise, but it is the ecosystem element. For example, if there is a custom policy creation that happens over a ecosystem, multiple players come together to offer that custom insurance policy, then the customer experience is actually dependent on the ecosystem, not on a particular enterprise. So this is the ecosystem versus enterprise thinking. And we believe when we think about blockchain, we need to really think about as an ecosystem possibility. So rather than customer experience within the enterprise, we need to look at customer experience across the ecosystem. So there is an ability, there is an opportunity to offer differentiated customer experience through a seamless foundation, as Iran also mentioned, through a seamless foundation of blockchain. So not only will the seamless process improve efficiency, but even the onboarding of a customer or claims processing, that's also a customer experience across the ecosystem. And that's what we think is the biggest differentiation that blockchain and Corda can bring. in enhancing the customer experience across the ecosystem. This could also, another tenant could be similarly could be auditability and compliance. This is also, of course, obvious factor of reduced costs across the ecosystem, which is also an outcome of digital transformation. So these are all the different possibilities that we see. But I think the key thing is to think in terms of ecosystem and what the blockchain can do for ecosystem. So I think that's the way we want to proceed with that. That's the way principle that we follow with our customers.
Yeah, and that's actually in line with what we have been seeing in the market as well. We typically get asked this question saying, okay, I'm already doing a bunch of other initiatives, and now you want me to invest some more dollars into Corda or blockchain technology. And we have a similar viewpoint, right? Because all other technologies are predominantly sort of inward looking, which will help you solve for problems within your enterprise. But blockchain or Corda specifically is an option that is an outside in perspective where you can actually automate across the walls of your enterprise. And if you look at multiple industries, I guess, including insurance, more than 50% of your data is actually emerging outside your enterprise, outside your company. It could be partners, it could be customers, it could be regulators, so on and so forth. So if you don't look at that particular pie, you're probably missing out a lot of value or letting a lot of value on the table. So that's pretty consistent. I'm very happy to hear your views on that. Thanks for sharing. Uh, uh, Next question, I would slightly like to go a little technical, uh, and on the same theme, right? So in digital transformation, you have multiple technologies working together to solve for a particular problem. How does blockchain integrate? Because that's a question that I get, at least I get a lot from our customers, saying, hey, how will this integrate with the rest of my tech stack in which I've probably invested millions of dollars? Are you asking me to replace all of that for a new fancy thing called Corda or blockchain? So what is your take on
Absolutely
that?
not. Yeah, if you look at the slide that I'm sharing now, you can see everything is centered around the Corda network. But for example, you have an interface through APIs to the insurer legacy system, the existing policy administration system, which in most cases would be running either on a mainframe or an iSeries, which is anywhere between 30 to 40 years old, poorly documented and very difficult to maintain. And one of the reasons that insurance companies having difficulties to offer new products is because it takes them 9 to 18 months to come up with that because of the changes they need to do on the legacy system. So what we help them do is move some of the workload off the existing policy administration system into the Corda network, allowing the insurance company or even the insurance brokers and MGAs to define new insurance product, having the insurers and the reinsurers bid for kind of underwrite them, and then offer it to the entire ecosystem, to the customers. So it's basically done through a set of APIs. So you integrate with the existing systems. The idea is definitely not to replace it. I think 10 or 15 years ago, there was a trend about redeveloping, rewriting a lot of core systems in the insurance industry. Most of these projects failed miserably. They went over time, over budget significantly, and most of them were not successful. So I think the approach now is to interact and integrate rather than replace.
Maybe I can add to this. So
Sure.
I would rather, I would look at the larger context of what the customers are asking in terms of technology, and specifically integration. So, customers' typical request is that this, we want this network, and this network should fit into multiple clouds. It needs to be cloud node in AWS, other in Azure, and the third one on GCP, and the fourth one on on-premise. And it has to connect to my ERP, my CRM. So it's a very heterogeneous integration that they're looking for, right? For one participant in the network, it's a ECRM, or for other participant it could be Salesforce, and so on, right? Third could be a legacy system. Now all of that is heterogeneous. So again, going back to the ecosystem thinking, one of the terms that, and we can probably discuss that at some opportunate time, is this is a enterprise thinking of the architecture, that we have to comply to the ecosystem architecture. Beg your pardon, not enterprise, but ecosystem architecture is something that we need to comply to. And what that means is we need to factor in the architecture so that it is heterogeneous in nature. It can connect to a heterogeneous system. It is cloud agnostic. It is API driven, and so on. So what we did, we faced this challenge of almost 3 to 4 years back, wherein a lot of our customers were requesting the same thing, similar stuff. So we created a foundational services platform called CoTrust, which is a cloud agnostic. It can be deployed in container. It's a containerized solution, so it can be deployed in different heterogeneous environments. And what that means is that you could spin up a node within a matter of a few minutes, if not hours. You don't have to really spend weeks and weeks to set up your network. You can spin up a node on AWS, thereafter in Azure, in GCP, and so on, within a matter of a few minutes. It's API driven, so it provides out-of-box support for integration platforms such as Dell, Boomi, TIBCO, and other integration platforms. It supports Corda, so it works on top of Corda Enterprise and also Corda Open Source. So it takes the value and the power of Corda platform, and on top of that, it provides all the integration, APIfication, such as wallets, such as transactional services. These are provided out of the box, and that is what really speeds up any kind of integration work that the customers are looking for. Customers are typically, what we do not really wait for 4 months to create an MVP. This is not really possible, and it's not really legible. It's not really possible in today's world. So it has to really come together something within a matter of 5 to 6 weeks, and that's possible only if you have a foundational technology which allows you to integrate, which allows you to deploy in different environments, and create your use case as well. So we believe that kind of foundational layer is essential for any kind of enterprise, especially a large insurance organization which is trying to explore multiple use cases.
Okay, so to sum it up, Iran, let's start with you. What would be your top 3 tips for an insurance player who has not yet begun their Corda journey or blockchain journey?
Let's say find a good business reason and use the technology to enable it. Find something that will allow you to increase sales, which is, I think, the most important thing. And then as a second priority, improve customer experience and reduce cost. So offer new products, improve the digital experience of your customers, and do it in a more efficient way. And we've been working with several insurance companies and insurance brokers, and we've been helping them to both cut operational costs by more than 30% and improve the revenues from per customer just by using of the LegTech technology.
Sure, thanks. Vinit, if you would like to add on, maybe a couple of don'ts, if you could throw those in.
Maybe I can look at, maybe I would have a few do's as well, which also includes the don'ts, but by the way, great points from Aaron. So I think some top takeaways for new entrants or somebody who's earlier on in the adoption. I think one is to look at the processes where multiple external providers are part of the value chain. So when you look at your processes, look at those processes. Don't really think of blockchain at first, but look at your processes which are ecosystem in nature, where you are partnering with multiple partners to provide a value to the customer. Once you have identified those use cases, then you look at opportunities to make the same leaner using blockchain. So that's one top recommendation I would have, is to assess the processes to see where these are ecosystem processes, number one. Secondly, establish a foundational capabilities, and I touched upon this in the previous conversation. Establish a capability where it allows you to do multiple MVPs for multiple use cases. Now, this would involve services, APIs, cloud agnostic nature, and so on of the platform. So do that, because thereafter you can create each MVP within a matter of 4 to 6 weeks, and that helps you explore multiple use cases. So you can shortlist which use case makes the best sense and business case, as Aaron also mentioned. The third one is, touch upon a previous point, is look at use cases which are non-traditional. So not just something that is with a large consortium, but something within the enterprise, or something that you can accomplish even with 3 or 4 partners, so that the sponsorship and the initial work is limited, and thereafter you can expand on that. So these three are, I think, would be the top takeaways. Look at ecosystem processes, uh, put together a foundational capabilities, reusable capabilities, and look at alternate use cases. So these are my takeaways for a new enterprise.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thanks, Vineet, and thanks, Iran. I think this was wonderful
you.
having you guys today. Thanks for sharing your insights, and it was really pleasure to have you over this conversation. And obviously, on a broader perspective, love working with you as partners in the past and in the coming years as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Looking forward to continue.
and duplication. At the same time, we have a lot of parties in the finance ecosystem. Each party develop their own system as an island and then loosely connect to each other. So that's why we really need digitization in trade finance to address all of these issues.
Thanks, Pituan. That was illuminating. And I think I have a follow-up question for you, but I want to hear from Daniel first, and then I'll get back to you. So same question to you, Daniel, from your perspective, where you sit in one of the biggest trade hubs in the world, Singapore. Why is digitization of trade important, and how does it impact the trader or the manufacturers in Asia?
Yeah, thanks. Actually, I echo a lot of point that Ms. Pituan has highlighted, right? So as comparison, trade actually is lagging in terms of the digitization progress as compared to retail and cash management. I think partly also because of the parties involved in a cross-border trade typically involve more than 20 parties, can be up to 20, more than 20 documents and 5,000 data point interaction, right? Now, I think this actually leads to unwieldy processing time and high cost operation efficiency. Furthermore, in situation like COVID-19, where measures such as national lockdown, travel restriction, social distancing, and work from home arrangement being implemented, businesses actually struggling, to cope with their business activities. Many of them actually scramble to look for contact-free solution to help them their business. Now, so it is also prone to fraud, as we have seen in many of the recent cases that hit the market. And coupled with the expectation from the regulator on the money laundering screening requirement, clearly the arcade paper process can no longer support the business need, right? I'll highlight maybe 3 areas that I see trade space. I think the first one, as I mentioned just now, digitization definitely can help improve efficiency and reduce costs. I think beyond streamlining process, we can also down costs by reducing paper printing, not just reduce the printing costs, but also support the sustainability agenda. The second aspect is that with the physical and digital supply chain twinning, it creates transparency by enabling the tracking of the entire supply chain end to end. This helps corporate manage the supplies better, whether it is from the perspective of tracing a faulty component within the supply chain, or monitoring the supplies from all the supplier moving from just-in-time kind of supply chain management to just-in-case supply chain management. The third area is with regards to the accessibility of working capital. Digitization bring about wider financial inclusion, especially for the SME. With the visibility that is created through banks are in a better position to make more informed credit decision to manage risk and support customer working capital needs. Now, I think this would be some of the key benefit I see that digitization is critical for us to kind of accelerate the adoption.
Thanks, Daniel. This was very illuminating. Maybe I was wondering, between both of you, do you have a really good example, a corporate or a customer who has really benefited from this digitization of trade finance? It's open to both of you. One of you can give me an example, just to make it real for our audience.
Yeah. So maybe in the open space, right? Actually, we have quite a lot of progress working with our customer. Many of the large corporate have started digitizing their supply chain ecosystem and then reuse the data that they have created through the platform that manage their business activities. Now, we work with the customer to co-create solution to digitize the business processes as well as their payment financing requirement using our trade API that we have developed last 1-2 years, and leveraging platform technology like blockchain or data analytics to create a platform to do a credit model, leveraging the data created through the platform. Now, the one that I like to call out is actually in the LC space, because LC, as all of you know, is still largely paper-based, partly because of the number of participants involved in the LC transaction, as well as the management of the EBL, right? So I think all of us that is long enough in the trade finance industry would know that EBL is one of the most challenging instrument to manage for us to drive digitization. But then I think it is essential for us to work together to overcome this, because Asia is still the leading market, in terms of trade growth, and the use of LCs are still very prevalent in the LC trade, in the Asia trade. So for us, actually, we work with some of our customer in the metal and mining industry to digitize LC flow using Contour platform. Now, the metal and mining industry is typically complex and fast-moving, with many shareholders involved as compared to the average trade. Hence, the need of transparency and speed is even more critical. Now, many of the company in the metal and mining industry, they recognize the need and the potential digitization in helping them to remove the bottlenecks and inefficiency. That's why we work with some of our key customers, like Rio Tinto, to digitize their LC processes through Contour platform. They can integrate their own contract management system with the Contour platform, and using Contour to manage the LC application process, including agreeing on the LC terms, submitting LC application, subsequently e-presentation, including EBL title transfer. So I think it is still early day, but I see a lot of good progress, and I see good potential that we can work together to transform this decades-old processes, or yeah.
For my next question, I wanted to move on to Shin and Daniel. Both of you work at the cutting edge of innovation for probably the largest financial institutions in the world, right? And from that vantage point, you have a first row view into the latest innovations that are happening in this space. So could you talk about maybe one or two of the innovations that you are most excited about, the programs that you are most excited about, and give us a glimpse into what's happening in this future of trade finance? And let's start with Shin.
I guess it is very exciting time for all of us who are related to the tech advance in our lives. I guess for us in SMBC, it is no exception. I suspect that's the case for my fellow bankers working on the digital platforms like Marco Polo and Contour. Perhaps audience include people familiar with these platforms, but let me try to describe in one sentence. These platforms connect buyers and sellers, banks, and all parties related to trade, and digitize the cumbersome paper process. Hope you got an idea. Anyway, we knew all the way along that these platforms will change the way people trade and how banks administer trade finance. We now see the industry, and especially our clients, have a deeper understanding, not about the platform, but how they can change their operation, how to make it work for them. For me, this is very exciting. Okay, and the second part is another exciting development can be also seen in the safety and security side of the trade finance. Technology allows us to develop a common infrastructure which avoids things like double financing. Banks suffered in the past, and also in the recent times. Together with this new infrastructure and the assurance that we can draw from it, perhaps with improved efficiency on the bank's operation, I can see the technology widening the scope of trade finance. With more and more banks joining this multi-bank digital platform, it may be a bit of exaggeration, but I think we are on our way to reshape the trade financing. Thank you.
Thank you, Shin. Daniel, any initiatives that you are particularly excited about coming out from Singapore?
Yeah. So we work with our customer in China to digitize their supply chain finance processes. One of our customer, Haier, they have a platform that they use to manage their contract and supplies with their distributor. And through the platform, the trade data created are sent to us through our trade to support the customer, particularly the SME's financing need. We also integrated with a platform called Rongyi Lian to avail multi-tier supply chain finance to the supplier that is dealing with a customer on the platform. Now, one of the key capability that we have developed to kind of smoothen this process is the DG onboarding. I think as some of you already familiar, one of the key challenge in the supply chain finance is the supplier onboarding. Traditional account opening and onboarding of customer supplies actually typically involve hard copy documentation and in-person verification during the KYC process. Now, the recent Deloitte survey revealed that 38% of the customer and participants in the supply chain program actually dropped out because of the onboarding process. Now, in DBS, we created or we developed this solution to allow suppliers to be onboarded without having to step into our branches. We can actually validate the customer through an online camera, and then we can validate the account information through some integration with the portal. So essentially, the customer can be onboarded without even stepping into the branch from, as long as maybe 2 to 3 weeks to a day. And this can be done by the customer themselves, or we can do a bulk onboarding through our capability. Yeah.
Great. Thanks. Thanks a ton, Daniel, for that. Really good to learn about these initiatives that are happening. So I want to move the focus a bit from talking about trade finance or digitizing trade finance in abstract to actually some of the technologies involved. And my question goes to Pintuan and Shin. This being Cordacon, we are of course here to talk about blockchain technology, right? And especially Corda. And feel free to be provocative. Do you see that digitization is just bringing in computers into the old process and just moving everything using computers? Or do you actually feel that newer technologies like blockchain have tremendous value that they add to this digitization process. Maybe I'll start with Pintuan and then move to Shin.
Yes. No, the blockchain or technology is not just do the same thing faster. It's really transformed the way we do things. And both Daniel and Shin already mentioned Contour. So I just want to emphasize on Contour a little bit more. Contour is the cooperation between many banks and R3, and also the leading of the blockchain developer in the market. We get together and look at the customer journey, similar to what Daniel just said. So instead of just send the message between parties like trade finance done in the past, and each party in the past was connected loosely. But now what blockchain does is really change the way it works. So now every party can have the secure data by themselves. Everybody, instead of just join the same database, now when they execute the transaction using the smart contract, which is a business rules that all agree together, and once the transaction meet all the rules that we set, is distributed to all parties. So this is how the different way that we work. Instead of just do the same thing faster, we really change the way we do things. And when we use the blockchain, only the party that we allow to join the network can initiate a transaction. So this will help us avoid fraud and also the issues, the concern that we have in the trade finance. So what I just want to say is the blockchain has really changed the way we do things. And when we talk about blockchain, it really helps us minimize the human error, and it's the technology allow us to instantly verify and reconcile the records, and its execution, the workflow is done automatically through the smart contract, and it's secure and instantly exchange the data. This is the future that we are looking for in trade finance.
Thank you, Pintuan. Shin, your thoughts on this? Is blockchain really making a difference?
Sure, Vivek, thank you again. I totally agree with Pintuan and you, Vivek. One of the things, perhaps maybe I just take one step back from trade financing. Perhaps one of the distinctive features of the blockchain technology is the ownership of the data, I think. The data remains with the original party. And it is up to that original party to when to share, and to whom to share, and how to share. So that's different from what the old computers do, and it's not simply a replacement. Clearly, without this feature of this blockchain technology, trade finance digital platform will not be possible to gain the critical numbers or the critical mass of banks clearly, without this feature of the technology, trade finance digital platform will not be possible to gain the critical mass of banks and also the corporates. Now, Vivek, you mentioned that the new ways of doing things. And I guess I have one good example. One of the features of the Marco Polo can be labeled truly as new. It aims to fill the space between the LC and the open account. It is called payment commitment. Again, perhaps some of you may already know this. Payment commitment involves banks, not only the buyers and sellers, and it is something that banks will issue upon the data match between the sellers and the buyers. Data matching is the key for this new financial products. So this is something new, and again, not a replacement. If you focus on the another feature, traceability, you can find new ideas to support the environmental effort as well. For example, Exciting firm called Carbon Chain provides carbon footprint data, and the data can be used for trade and trade finance. This is kind of unique and highly interesting to promote our environmental effort. I guess this is merely one example of the application of the technology. And once again, this is changing how we do things. And again, it's not a replacement. Thank you, Vivek.
Thank you, Shin. Wow. So this was really illuminating. I learned something new as well about how it's actually impacting businesses all over the world, especially something like payment commitment. Yes, seems like a new product that's going out and actually optimizing businesses, doing something that was not possible before. So I know we are up on time, so just wanted to give all of you 1 minute to conclude. Just focus on what your takeaways around digitization of trade finance is, and if you could lend a bit of color on how COVID's kind of shaped this up and how you see it going forward, that would be awesome. So maybe I'll start with Daniel, Shin, and Pintuan. Go in that order. Your concluding thoughts, please.
Yeah, I think as I mentioned earlier, right, I think the supply chain disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic really amplified the need to accelerate digitization of this paper process. I think for the corporate that has been sitting on the fence, I can certainly say that the pandemic has made them realize that the digital solution is no longer a nice to have, but a necessary tool to help them manage their businesses. Now, I think trade digitization, given the complex nature of the ecosystem, I think need a lot of collaboration. I think not a single party can unilaterally transform this whole industry. It is a team sport. In order for us to be successful in driving adoption, banks as well as other trade players in the ecosystem must work together to reap the collective network benefit of the collaboration to ensure that the global market remain robust and the trade supply chain remains sustainable in the year.
Thank you, Daniel. Shin, over to you.
Okay, on the final remarks from SMBC, I think digitalization of the trade and trade financing cannot and will not take place with a small group of parties. Us, me, SMBC, and my fellow bankers here, DBS and Bangkok Bank, I think we are all open and thrilled to do more business, more digitalization, and we are open to new ideas. We look forward to work together. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Shin. And last but not the least, Pintuan, concluding thoughts.
Yes, I totally agree with Shin and Daniel. All of us have to work together with the whole ecosystem to become the digitization of trade finance. And we learned a lot during the COVID, what can be done, what we cannot do. And before we can change the whole practice around the paper, we will need to understand why the physical documents are used in the first place. And we need to validate which documents are required to be the paper and which one can submit digitally. Ideally, we expect that the governments or the regulators need to create a condition where all the documentation can be done digitally. And yeah, everybody said, Daniel and Shin said, everybody in the ecosystem has to work together to unlock the full potential of digitization. And other thing is, we need to make sure that we don't leave anyone behind. When you look at the ICC survey report, there are still some corporates and some banks who still don't have a digital strategy, don't have the tools, and cannot really fully utilize the digital. We have to work together to make sure that everybody moves together to the digitized era. And I think it depends on all of us to be open to the amazing opportunity ahead of us to move to the digital of trade finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Pintuan, Daniel, and Shin. I don't think we could have ended on a better note. All of you seem hopeful about the future, and looks like COVID had started this digitization journey that will not be rolled back. I hope that digitization of trade grows further in Asia, and all corporates adopt it. And with that message, we'll sign off here at Cordacon from the Digitizing Trade Finance in Asia panel. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kunal, and I'm one of the business development managers at R3 based in Singapore. They aim to facilitate next generation supply chain orchestration by providing a dedicated supply chain ecosystem that will connect any cross-border partners to facilitate global trade. So to dive straight into the solution and to share a little bit more about their journey on Corda, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Alok Rajiv, who's the co-founder and CTO of Trames, and Amir Kulkarni, who's their Chief Data Officer. And just to also note, we want to try and keep this session as interactive as possible. So Alok, hope you don't mind, but I might be jumping in to answer a few questions. So over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that introduction, Kunal. Very grateful to be invited over at Cordacon today, and really amazing to be part of a wide array of speakers, events, and attendees, all looking to disrupt their own industries. It's quite educating for me and my team as well to hear about all these initiatives that's truly trying to bring out a new era of technology. So I'm here today to talk about a space that's very much behind the scenes most of the time, but yet very crucial and one of the oldest out there: global trade and essentially supply chains. These tie together nearly every country and city around the world in some manner or form. And that's where my startup operates in. International shipping industry is responsible for the carriage of about 90% of the world trade, and essentially shipping is the lifeblood of the global economy. And today I'm going to come in and talk a little bit about it, mention some of the key problem statements that me and my co-founder found while we were exploring the space, and why we decided to go about and do the startup and create the product that we all of our team really believes in today. So to simplify many of the problems, I'm going to first define what's a supply chain. So it's essentially how items are sent from the shipper all the way down to consignees, which is the origin and then the destination part. Now, in between, there are so many different people. You have custom brokers, you have freight forwarders, you have truckers, you have then of course you have the shipping lines or the airlines, all of them who are going to be exchanging goods, exchanging documents, so that all your goods can finally reach their right destination. But do understand that this is an industry that's been working for many centuries, but very unfortunately it hasn't really been disrupted too many times. If you see, even today there's so many paper-based processes that are part of the supply chain, and the entire ecosystem, believe me, is very complex. And
Alok,
naturally the result.
If I may just ask, sorry
Sure.
to interrupt you, I guess. So
Sure.
I guess during this whole kind of chain, I guess there's a lot of multinational kind of corporates involved, like you just mentioned, like the brokers, the shippers, etc. So why hasn't this kind of been taken care of to date, or why is it being actioned now? As if, why hasn't it been sort of this been action, I guess, previously before?
Absolutely. It's a very interesting question. We very often hear from people who we talk to as well. But when we talk to supply chain departments of most of our clients, they really resonate with this problem statement. I'll tell you why. Most MNCs have a lot of budgets to spend on their departments. So essentially, each operate in their own silos, will be investing in big ERPs, big TMSs, or proprietary solutions, but they always operate to make their own employees' life better and more digitized. But nothing really cuts across all these different verticals I talked about. And that's where the key problem is. Many studies have shown that administration costs can be as much as 20% of the entire freight cost, which is quite amazing to hear when we have so many other sectors that are really being disrupted by technology, and the entire collaboration can really be augmented by 21st century technology. I hope that gives you a feel of my answer, Kunal, but we'll probably get a little bit more into that on when I try to explain how we will be solving that, and that cutting across the vertical path. Probably you might have more questions along that.
Yeah. Cool.
So let me introduce to you what we do. We are an enterprise-centric supply chain orchestration engine. What that means is we essentially enable all our clients to digitize their entire supply chain process, bring in all their logistic partners, help provide a single unified digital workflow so that all of them can operate and collaborate, creating very less data silos and very near nil data blackouts. So what are the key features in our platform? We have collaboration across a high disparity market. What I mean is, in a supply chain, you have big MNCs, the shipping liners and the airlines, as well as mom and pop shops who are maybe owning one trucks, or dads and sons owning two trucks together. The entire way how the industry works is very, very attuned to this problem, because everyone is digitally ready at a totally different level. And we want to bring in a transparency process, because I think a simplified workflow is really possible. And that's what our product really tries to do. But to maybe answer the question Kunal brought in earlier, how is this really possible when there are so many different people across? That's where this diagram, I think, really helps explain our process. We have that customized front end on the top that enables freight booking, even milestones, enterprise grade secured electronic document storage system, and then collaborative tools such as chat and automated email, along with value added services from our side like near real-time analytics and FTA advisors on the top. But that's what the users see.
Look, sorry to jump in here again.
Sure.
I guess the one question I had looking at that slide was, it seems quite difficult, obviously, to bring all those key components together, all in kind of one chain. So what kind of tools, I guess, have you guys used or using to kind of enable that and bring it all together?
Absolutely. Amazing question, because the integration layer in between is very interesting, and we have thought quite a lot about it on how do we go about solving it. Because you see below it, you have the big ERPs, we have different systems from ports and carriers and all the different people involved in supply chains, all that need to be connected together to be able to do this seamlessly. We do this today with our enterprise clients as well. But to solve this on an industry level, what we do is, what we understood is that there are three things that need to come together. One is government, another is the private enterprises, and lastly, you need to tie them both together with technology. And that's what we try to do. So Singapore government is very ahead in this. Singapore being the second most busiest port in the world, global trade is a very critical part of the economy. And the IMDA's Trade Trust initiative is definitely one in direction for moving the industry forward. Earlier in 2020, Trames was selected as one of the projects for IMDA Blockchain Challenge under the Trade Trust theme. We here at Trames believe that government and private enterprise need to work together to help bring the industry forward. And we believe the key is technology, and our entire company is based out of this belief. And we take the help of R3 and Corda to implement our solution with Trade Trust. And I would like to invite Ameya to come over and explain how do we go about doing this.
All right, thanks Alok for a great introduction into supply chains and how the Trames solution is helping optimize some of the supply chain space. I am Ameya and I handle some of the data side of things here at Trames. And I would like to sort of take you through how we are working with Trade Trust to help implement this kind of a dock store type solution, which is also powered by Corda. So essentially, because we implement this in our platform, we want to be able to have this space highly secure and highly permissioned and private. And at the same time, we want to ensure that our documentation is digital so that we can send it across signed electronically in order to improve the speed and even the efficiency of our transactions. And at the same time, we are introducing real-time visibility by partnering with various different data providers and also internal events coming into the platform. And we want to make all of these things tamper-proof and as also a single source of truth. That's where R3 Corda comes in. So let me take you through the demo and let me show you how some of these things are stitched together. So here I have the sort of the dashboard of Trames, where we are bringing in all of the various different actors in the system. So right off the top, we have definitely we have the shipper and the consignee, and we also have the export transport or the logistics partner, along with the export customs broker and the freight partner on the export side of things. And consequently, on the other side, where we have the import transport or the import logistics partner, the import customs broker, and the import freight partner as well. So we have all of these different partners onboarded in our system, where they will sort of have our solution separately as per their own obligations in the particular shipment, right? So let me just go into the shipper view to illustrate how this sort of is stitched together. And let me also show you how a particular shipment and some of the events in the shipment look. So here I have a bunch of shipments that are there. We also include the various different phases in the shipment that are the schedule, in transit, and inbound. Let's go into one of the inbound shipments where almost all of the events and also some of the documents are being uploaded and onboarded into the platform. Now this is being stitched together using Corda in the back, and we have a very basic network running. So let me illustrate that. Let's go to the documents tab and see some of the documents that are uploaded. So these are some very important documents that come into the platform. These are exchanged across all the various partners. So we have booking confirmation, we have forwarding lists, as well as even the master bill of lading. Let's check out master bill of lading. This is one of the interesting documents because this represents ownership in our system, where the master bill of lading is a document that is something that is transferred across the supply chain. So this is one example of a master bill of lading. This is where we can see that this document is not tampered with, and we can see we have sort of verified the issuer, and we also identify some of the key details in the document that come in. So we also have sort of like an electronic signature and a certificate of non-manipulation, which sort of ensures that we want to maintain the authenticity and the integrity of this document across. So This particular document is also electronically signed, and we can sort of share it across various different partners in order to bring trust to an otherwise trustless system. Because these providers or these actors in the supply chain do not interact with each other on a daily basis. It's more towards that they interact with each other on at a shipment or probably at a supply chain level. So this kind of trust is highly important in such a supply chain, and this is how we ensure that these kind of documents efficiently flow through the supply chain. So now I want to bring in why we are using Corda to do this, because essentially Corda brings in some of the really great benefits of us for us to implement this in a very private and permission manner, where all of the transactions are no longer public, but they're actually private, where each transaction is exposed to the different parties on a need-to-know basis, and at the same time we are also we can also sort of reduce the transaction execution turnaround time, and due to the fast and really efficient Corda architecture, and as well as at the same time we have Corda's benefits of bringing in the accounts SDK, which really helps us scale this up very quickly, because we can have multiple accounts and multiple parties operating under a single node, and so the architecture is simple and yet highly scalable. So here is a quick snapshot of a very basic architecture that we have on the Corda. I've just used the Corda Explorer to sort of very quickly illustrate this. So we have the various different nodes, and what we have done is essentially assign roles to these nodes to be able to sort of integrate this and work across various different parties. So this is a very quick snapshot, and this is how we sort of ensure that all of the documents that flow are something that are highly tamper-proof, trustless, and at the same time reusable across all of these different nodes. So this is essentially what we are exploring, and we want to be able to also develop further use cases to expand our blockchain coverage across all the supply chain actors, intersecting various different supply chains, and to be able to also integrate across different supply chains and consortiums. And at the same time, we also want to explore some other aspects of the supply chain, including sustainability as well as trade or invoice finance. That includes more documentation, and as well as maybe some coverage on the data side of things, where we are bringing in different tracking of goods, or even more traceability and maybe more visibility on carbon emissions. So essentially, this is how we are using Corda, and we are using the power of Corda to sort of come up with this kind of a DocuStore platform that enables us to fast, efficiently, and in a very fast manner prove that this supply chain is something that we can optimize very quickly. So essentially, this is how we are implementing, and this is where we are at right now. The doc store is sort of like the first use case, but there's more to come, and definitely we will want to use the power of Corda to do this. So I hope you liked our presentation. I hope you liked our little demo here, and I feel free to reach out to us, and we'll be happy to answer more of your questions. So thank you, and let's start the Q&A session in this section, so that we can sort of go ahead and answer some live questions that we may have. All right, thanks.
Great. That was absolutely awesome, Amir. Thank you so much for showing us the demo and a bit more detail into exactly how the solution works. It's great to hear, obviously, Corda playing an integral part as well. And I was just thinking while you were actually, going through that presentation, that to see a demo is super useful. Your presentation was absolutely fantastic, and so was Alok's. But to see the demo was very, very interesting and super cool. And as we all know, the global trade is a massive industry. Singapore is trying to digitize, and I think this solution is super exciting, and we can't wait to kind of continue the journey with you guys as well. So there's not much left for me to say, but to thank Alok and Amir for their time. It's been great having you guys present Trammers' solution. So for our next session, we're going to hear about how Corda is being used in the digital asset space. And one of our key partners from South Korea, Trustverse, they offer a digital finance solution using DLT. Trustworks have built a core app called MasterKey, and MasterKey is the world's first non-custodian private key and asset recovery service using Corda Enterprise, along with cryptography and some government financial cloud architecture to offer B2B to B2C service. In essence, MasterKey is the key to protecting digital assets. Now, without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Michael Kyo-jeong, founder and CEO for Trustverse. Over to you, Michael.
Thank you, Kunal, for the introduction and the partnership that we have between Trustverse and R3. And I am very pleased to, speak about our new service offer, which is MasterKey. And in the end of the presentation, I'll go with our new service offer that's available in Singapore and Hong Kong, which is called Canvas, which is an asset tokenization platform. So there's basically four outlines to my presentation. I just want to discuss about what the digital asset class is by definition, from traditional finance to transitioning to digital finance. Market landscape, what's hindering us to use or to leverage digital asset classes, and how can our MasterKey service, on Corda, is helping such challenges, and why it has to be R3 Corda as a private blockchain to be used as a financial solution. And then I'll go with an actual service demo that actually illustrate how the blockchain technology can be used as a security platform. So the basic introduction about digital asset, many people know, probably many people know the form of digital asset has been with Bitcoin. Everybody's trading on exchange, or you're transferring the value of certain asset between addresses. So Bitcoin actually illustrated that concept. And then, similar to that, by federal government or the which is to peg to national currency, R3 is leading such committee. CBDC is being active, and all the central banks are looking to standardize it. But when you actually look at the bigger market, what's going to happen, due to COVID-19, and how people are treating, asset classes, it has to be, tokenized because of the not only the notarization of traditional asset into digital asset value, and as well as having the ledger of or authentication of certain asset, because it's much faster and cheaper transaction, because you can transfer the value of it, as well as you can evaluate the asset valuation of it, and it creates transparency, and it also allows people to access with wider audience, and sometimes it can also turn into a shareable asset which can be invested as well with transparency. But when you're dealing with three illustrated digital asset classes, you actually need an infrastructure, meaning that you need a wallet to keep it, or digital account to keep this kind of digital asset, which is based on a smart contract. So basically, our company offers 4 applications, partnering with a major carrier company, private blockchain company, which is R3, and then we are using government financial cloud, which is offered by Korea Exchange, which is Cordacon. We are offering 4 different applications, which are Wallet, Mars, which you can access through Samsung's newest carriers. We are offering MasterKey. Basically, what it does is, when there is an asset of different kinds in the Mars wallet, you can actually protect the its private key. So basically, if you lose your mobile phone or your private key, you can recover it one time. And our next phase is Canvas, meaning that you have expensive luxury items. You can actually transact these kind of luxury items with high price tag using Bitcoin or different digital format of currency, as well as you can actually invest into a fund, which is represented by a ledger as well. And we also provide a solution called Jupyter, which actually gives you insight to the asset classes that you've invested in, or also show you the smart contract transaction records. But coming to using digital asset, which is fairly new, and we have successfully built multiple applications to build its ecosystem. How safe is your own digital asset at current world? I mean, you'll be surprised by a lot of different news of hearing many people are losing now in the Bitcoin, but you're using crypto exchange, you get hacked. I lost my mnemonic key, or sometimes I don't remember the password or PIN code for Ledger hardware device to access your wallet. So the simple understanding or simple learning about how to use this kind of assets are very challenging for regular users. But prevalent security risk that we see nowadays is anonymous. There's a limitation of proving digital wallet owner. Neither the transactions nor the accounts are connected to real-world identity. So it's anonymous. Sometimes it's good, but it's very hard to backtrack it. Cyber attack, irreversible, fraud, because there is an illegal fund. That's why many different countries are setting up a policy and a legal framework, starting with KYC and AML, to understand, where to protect from money laundering. Regulatory and compliance is coming on board as well. There are many tier 1 companies who are providing such services to crypto exchanges as well as wallets. So there are many security risks to use for using this kind of digital asset. But you'll also be very surprised by seeing such number. I mean, I've collected all these different figures up from 2011 to 2020. Probably a lot of Bitcoin has been stolen, from the exchange or being hacked from Mt. Gox, which is 2,643 BTC. But in the end, it amounts to almost 3.7 million Bitcoins are probably gone forever. And we are only talking about Bitcoin. But if you're dealing with multiple digital assets, not only Bitcoin, but the ownership of converted digital assets, it'll be much more. So up till now, 2020, there still has been a lot of Bitcoins being hacked. There is mostly from crypto exchanges, and then the user's wallet, and then all this happens because you're not keeping the the safety policy. Now, how big is the digital asset market? As you can see, mainly these markets are based on crypto, but as you see, if the market expands with digital asset, tokenization will be much bigger. There is about 44 million digital wallet users, 98 billion US dollar total trade volume. Market volume up to now is almost 360 billion. But you'll be surprised also to know how much total assets are lost in value. It's almost 1.4 billion US dollar. Incident that counted up to now is 2.7 million, and the digital asset loss volume, we're talking about Bitcoin, it's almost 36%. It doesn't mean you actually lose your Bitcoin, but what it means is that you lost your access key or the private key, so that you cannot access the Bitcoin node or your asset wallet. So how is the Bitcoin or digital assets being been lost? There are two incidents, which is losing private key, and how can it be stolen? Because the user can get your ID or password with phishing techniques. So this actually happens on the third-party applications. It's very ironic because people tend to say, or the solution tend to say, blockchain is the most transparent and secure platform. But then it's an irony because you are using such asset classes, but then there's not much infrastructure or protection system. Mars is our wallet, which is on Samsung Blockchain Key Store. And we've actually surveyed our multiple users at Mars Wallet. And it's interesting to find out, do you usually use a separate wallet to store your cryptocurrency? It's only like 61% of the time they're using it, and most of their assets are kept in exchange, almost 60-90% of the people. So they don't actually understand the private key concept or mnemonic key, or even policies, safety policies of understanding to keep your assets in your wallet. And if we ask about, do you know any kind of, are you aware of protection system? Do you want to be protected from losing cryptocurrency? It's 95% of the time. Have you ever lost your cryptocurrency by mistake or hacking? It's almost 25%. So 1/4 of people actually lost their crypto due to mnemonic key or cryptocurrency. And for your wallet, are you willing to do KYC and AML? And people are willing to do that because this way they can validate the ownership of their asset. If we offer protection service, will you be using? Had a very positive feedback. Then we were asking, what's the deposit amount among the assets in your wallet? So almost 32% of the users are keeps about 100,000 algorithm and government financial cloud architecture to build its service. What problem does it solve? It recovers funds if one loses your digital wallet or your mobile phone or even your hardware or your private key. But one thing, you actually have to designate to lose your private key. How does it work? You Samsung's you actually need a 3FA information. So it's very simple. You just have to subscribe into the service as a monthly based service charge. The key storation actually happens with your 3FA email verification, SMS, name, and birthday authentication. So why it works? Because it's a proven model. We are using blockchain or DLT to provide resilience and functionality. We also provide transparency in greater extent into digital asset market. There is a lot of transactions through digital assets or even trade on Bitcoin, but you don't actually have an infrastructure to protect it and then also provide it as a financial or legit regulated service. So this master key also provides KYC AML integrated as well. And if the institutions, proactively want to provide such services, you actually need a protection system. So you can actually offer it as a B2B2C because you actually have a control panel which admins the users, the blockchain fintech companies as asset management to protect your private key and then the asset classes, as well as the wallet offers to manage the asset classes that also reflects upon the value. So we are looking into our enterprise segment, government segment, consumer retail of offering such service. So subscription fee based, and then we also charge a recovery fee based on the user's deposited amount. So this is a master key, and it's going to expand with much more broader landscape to understand KYC AML, and we will be integrating a regulation technology. And on the front end, it looks pretty simple, but I'm about to go into the architecture flow. So how it works is the mnemonic, represented as a private key. We split this using Shamir secret algorithm. The number of keys that we split, we can actually set that on our administration panel. On the Corda key store, we actually store all the splitted keys, and then when you restore it, actually come back into one integrated mnemonic key. So on the master key, the app client, we actually are using the government financial cloud, and then for global service, we are using Microsoft Azure. On this API system, we do have what's called repository called crypto system. And then we have Trustburst account management system, which is also to be offered with multiple services that we we provide. So this key store system actually records the data into the Corda node and its database. And the Corda notary actually authenticate whether the transaction is transparent and clear. So this actually notarizes the transaction. So that's why we are using Corda's Enterprise. On the admin web client and admin system, we can actually validate the overall transaction of the blockchain node. So on our model, current model, we support 2 wallets, but we can also support multiple wallets that's provided by the financial institutions or even blockchain enterprises. So in this case, we are using Samsung blockchain and our own Mars wallet. This mnemonic keys are, the mnemonic encryption actually happens with your SUI-FA. And then on the back end, it splits the encrypted mnemonic keys into multiple parts and it stores. And then the restoration part on the right, it actually reassembles the divided parts. And then, it actually decrypts and it actually recovers into one single mnemonic key to access either the Samsung blockchain wallet or Mars wallet. So this is the master key administration panel, which can only be accessed with the policy security level. You can actually give permissions by the different roles as a super admin or partner or admin, and permissions are given by user account management, mnemonic encryption key management. Lastly, what we wanted to show you is what we are doing with digital asset management and trading and bidding and notarization and authentication missions by offering a service called Canvas, which will be offered in early November. So what Canvas is, it solves a price asymmetry between the luxury item collectors and provide transparent transaction with various payment method, all related to digital asset. So we actually tokenize a expensive item that costs from $100K to multi-million dollars of watch. We are starting with watch because watch, the price recently has been gone up, more than 100% or more due to COVID-19, and the monetary or the value has not been improving because of the macroeconomic situation. And tokenized fund of these kind of assets are another options, which also represents the value of the derivatives collateral, and you can actually pay it with Bitcoin or even near future with CBDC. And why Canvas? Because it's a trusted network. There's not many payment system or transaction system that you can pay millions of dollars at once at one single transaction and with a trust. So digital and physical authentication, we are partnering with the few of the leading merchants and the shops, retailers in Singapore and Hong Kong. So they also agreed that we implement such a system, which is smart contract-based authentication, which you can also choose payment options, also use digital currencies like Bitcoin. And what it's neat about it is you can not only transact, but once you transact, then there will be a smart contract to be generated, which is also on R3 Corda standard as well. You can transfer the ownership between the buyers and sellers, and this actually becomes the certificate of the ownership as well as the real item. So on the investment side, when the tokenization, the simplified concept is when you have a traditional asset, you convert that into a smart contract, which can be represented as an equity or profit sharing token, but you can have a shareable asset representation. But then, we actually store such item in the trusted or the Singapore's MAS related facilities. Not only we keep the assets, but we actually manage the smart contract or the asset values. So for these reasons, we are in proceeding of getting a capital market services license for non-security items. So the process is very simple: asset tokenization, digital asset portfolio, managing watches and high-end cars. Those are our non-security asset classes, which will be transferring its value or converting it represented in smart contract. And paying with CBDC with our Mars wallet is another model. And authorization is an interesting part. It's a fraud deterrent process, assuring the parties of transaction the document is authentic, can be trusted. So we actually have another arm of company that does regulation technology, which we are using AI ontological framework to make sure that such asset management is whether can be true or can be validated or not. So we are actually using such a notarization feature to authenticate asset. So this is very simple overview of if you have an asset class and this product information is recorded in smart contract, you can pay it through Mars wallet, or you can pay with BTC at easy transfer. And such information, the buyer information, and all will be KYC and AML. So you can bid and transact, and such information will be recorded into a smart contract. So yeah, thanks for listening to our 2 new service offers. And these are all based on Corda R3. We had a lot of experience working with Ethereum public, but as a commercial offer, it has to be R3 Corda. That's why we are very privileged to work with R3 Corda solution to offer such new services in the market. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for Trustverse for that awesome presentation. For our next 20 minutes, we're going to be diving deeper into supply chain again. You've already heard from someone who's building a Cord app on Corda, the first session. The second session, we kind of dived into digital assets. And for a final session, we're going to be diving deeper into supply chain. And before we go into that, I just wanted to mention supply chains of the 21st century are a lot faster, more interconnected, and require sharing of greater amounts of data. And the complexities of these kind of ecosystems create a lot of risk, reconciliation challenges, as well as fraud and safety concerns. And that's where our next partner comes in. KPMG Origins is built on the blockchain and a number of other emerging technologies. And KPMG Origin helps kind of global trading partners kind of codify trust while enabling more streamlined interactions across organizations and borders. So what essentially they're doing is transforming the food and agribusiness industry with blockchain and other emerging technologies. So for the next 20 minutes, you'll hear more about how blockchain technology can transform the food and agribusiness industry by reimagining supply chains, demonstrating provenance and traceability, and helping access new markets, bringing kind of producers closer to the consumer and customer. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to you from KPMG, Laszlo Peter, who's the head of blockchain services for Asia Pacific. Over to you, Laszlo.
Thanks for having me, R3, at this interesting event, and indeed for the opportunity to talk to you about KPMG Origins, our investment in this platform in the Asia Pacific region and more globally, more generally globally. My story today will talk about how we got to Origins, what are the key elements to it, what is our mission, but ultimately also to show you some aspects of the platform, so it's not just traditional slides. So without further ado, I will just jump in to give you a bit of a perspective. As Kunal mentioned earlier, we're looking at addressing some of the complexities of the supply chain of the 21st century. So it's not just faster and more interconnected, but these complexities we have to handle a much greater amount of data. And with that comes a challenge around reconciliation, safety concerns, and being able to bring together trust, scale, and transparency in the value chain. This type of environment requires not just one technology, and you mentioned blockchain, or you mentioned IoT, but being able to bring together these technologies into one comprehensive solutions, validating assets that are on these platforms, securing transactions, and more importantly, creating that immutable registry, a record-keeping system that we're able to bring together all these elements. But at that point, KPMG Origins is the one that's focusing on addressing some of these problems by targeting 3 key focus areas. On the first one, to be able to assemble and streamline some of these participants across the value chain, understanding who are those participants, what are the business incentives, the commercial drivers for them, and being able to not just onboard them, but creating an environment that they can trust. Secondly, if I'm looking at these complex environments, Origins is focusing on creating a track and trace as a first and foremost functionality to enable not just provenance, but also all kind of events that are happening on the value chain. And that requires all these taxonomies, standardization, things like GS1, and as well as being able to bring transparency around where this transaction happened. And lastly, integrate all these elements and data into new kind of modeling, such as risk scenarios and predictive modeling in order to bring together a registry that can address some of these environmental problems. That creates an opportunity where in a complex and trusted ecosystem, data becomes quite an enabler to understand the activities across the value chain, the artifacts that are happening, the technologies that need to be interconnected, as well as the guiding principles on how such an ecosystem could be governed and integrated together. That's where we start to see the emergence of not just the physical assets as we trace them throughout the value chain, but also their digital twin. In the same way as you saw digital twins in the construction industry and others, we are sort of using the data to transform some of the more mundane ecosystems, such as in agriculture, where a physical product can be then translated into a digital twin with the appropriate level of certification, automation, and approval of the and validation of the data points across the value chain. And KPMG is actually designed in such a way that the journeys that you see in a particular value chain, in agri, for example, the participants in an ecosystem, the supply chains as a business process will have to come together in such a way that everybody can consume or produce signals, as well as to integrate their system in order to reduce their risk and creating scenarios that they can understand. The technology behind the scenes of Origins is actually quite complex. It's a complementary set of integration, digitization, everything as a service, and challenging the nature of how we understand and organize assets, and also to enable the creation of new products and services that otherwise will be very, very complex. This is the beginning of something we call the distributed enterprise, which is not part anymore of one particular walled garden or a vertically integrated ecosystem, but is a truly distributed and interconnected play where technology will come in 3 levels at least. The technology itself, which is the reliable and a platform-based or as a service that everyone can just consume as they need to. Business layers that bring together meaningful industry processes and solutions as a service, and reliant on subject matter expertise of organizations like ourselves and others who can bring that level of deep sector-based expertise. And lastly, combined together with applications, desirable, integrated, and differentiating applications that can really deliver on not just the user experience and integration, but also managed as a service and creating trusted communities. This type of technologies and solutions, we are bringing them together as a 3-step process, like validation of the opportunities, beta testing, and then productionizing them, and offering it as a service, both in terms of user access fees, but also as traceability events. And lastly, this is not something that we are just hypothetically thinking about it, but we have a whole set of industry players that we collaborate with, from wine to rice to cane to red meat. We have clients who are working with us to bring together supply chains that we can deliver on and enable seamless collaboration between Australian producers, in our case, going into the Asian markets or globally, or overseas clients coming into Australia as a market. So before I finish on this, I would like to show you some of the specifics of how such solution looks like in our demo environment. So I talked about KPMG origins and how these things come together, and I'm going to touch on those three elements that I mentioned. Before I jump in, this is Origins as a web-based system that runs on multiple languages. So obviously you can tailor it to the needs of various markets, from obviously from Asia to Middle East to Europe, in such a way that when someone comes in and creates a value chain, they can do it in their own language. I'm going to use an example here with beef. One of the clients, as I mentioned, the first part of any of these communication is to build up and create an ecosystem where we can see various participants, like here's a farm that creates some assets. There's some logistics to transport the asset, the processors like an abattoir sending it to an overseas distribution point. And each of these participants would obviously carry various products and various certificates. This will help us to understand who is missing, so you can add obviously others into the mix, who is providing what type of products or asset or certificates, but also to understand the dynamics of this ecosystem, the incentives, both commercial, both regulatory, as well as brand driven, in order to create a seamless ecosystem. Once we understand that, then we can start looking at products. And in the product sense, I'm just going to pick something here in Shanghai. I have a box of high-grade Wagyu primals that has been sent overseas from Australia. And immediately you can start zooming into what do I know about this product, the serialization, the various barcodes and the unique numbers, the data quality accompanying the asset, the transformation that went through, and you can see from livestock to carcasses to primal cuts all the way down to distribution. If I can zoom in into the actual transportation, I can see the various locations, how that asset actually transformed, ownership changes, and ultimately quality aspect. But what differentiates Origins quite greatly from anything else is this level of record keeping, journey mapping, and being able to bring together various data points. And here's the asset, as I mentioned, in Shanghai. And as you can start to see, there's it's a combination of lots of data points supporting this journey. If I go all the way back to the beginning here, you can see there are 13 steps. But if I go all the way back to the beginning of this, it starts with registration of a live animal, and obviously as many number of data points can be captured as one would like, but we are following the GS1 standards and traceability around this. And then as this animal being loaded into a truck, transported, and then sold to a feedlot, the information has started to accumulate and becomes more and more granular and more comprehensive. Not going to go through all of them. As you can see, it's a lot of data happening here. But what you will notice as information started to be aggregated and comes together as aggregation events, at any point in time, for example, in here, multiple animals, multiple primal cuts comes into a packaged product, then certified by a government agency, AQIS, and then that's being sold, transported overseas. Now, what we will notice in these information assets is that every single data point will have a KPMG Origins Trust Score that highlights how that particular data has been acquired, either manually uploaded by the participant or coming from a certified and trusted third party, in this case a government agency, or as the information travels to the value chain, they can be provided by a third-party sensor, in this case an AT&T sensor on a container heading overseas. So all this information has started to accumulate, not just in terms of data, but the quality of the data that we can collect, all the way down to the finite product that has accumulation of certificates and validated data points. Which leads me to the final 2 points, which is one around the certificates. Origins also has a good registry system, and an immutable registry system captures all kinds of certificates, in this case halal or USD approved or global standards, as well as implementing a small workflow that every time someone uploads a certificate, you will have, or the participants would have, an immutable source. Dealing with data integrity, understanding where the data is coming from products or participants across the value chain, and how good the data is. In this case, obviously, it's very good, but because we just uploaded some test data. And lastly, being able to use the data and validate the data in particular for scenario planning. In this case, I have a small example where it looks like I'm transporting something, in this case, wine from South Australia all the way down to Hong Kong that is going through a cyclone. So I can generate an alternative event in which
This trend in Asia Pacific is rapidly changing. Several renowned analysts such as McKinsey and Deloitte are predicting the Asia Pacific will not only close the gap, but will likely overtake and become the global hub for the capital markets in the years to come. There are key forces that are driving these trends. The first one is the Asia Pacific is home to the largest emerging growing economies, with growing at unprecedented rate. For example, China and in India. Secondly, is the mix of a healthy growth of younger and aging population. Third, technology such as blockchain as enabler is breaking down the competitive barriers and disrupting business models. For example, we've seen the plethora of new, simpler ways to raise capital, such as STO and IEOs. Number four, the changing demographics also is playing a crucial factors. For instance, millennials or Gen Y investment appetites are different, more attentive to the likes of ESGs and CSRs and to riskier assets. Five, the opportunities of relatively untapped segments such as retails. We also need to take into consideration the predominantly growing trend of middle class with excess income. And lastly, the Asia Pacific is home to several regional economic blocs such as the ASEAN and APEC. ASEAN in particular is the fifth largest economy in the world. With every opportunity, we also need to consider potential challenges. These include localization. Each country in the Asia Pacific is unique and different. Secondly is regulation. And also, last but not the least, is we also need to take a closer look of the ecosystem to understand the potential competitive barriers. To help us map the future of capital markets in Asia and get us prepared, we are incredibly excited and honored two business captains joining us in our panel today. Firstly, we have Fernando Luis Vasquez Cao joining us from Tokyo. He's a senior executive of SBI. SBI is one of the largest diversified financial services company in the Asia Pacific. Fernando currently holds multiple executive roles within the SBI group, with the most prominent as the CEO of SBI Digital Asset Holding. Secondly, joining Fernando is Matthew Keeley, the CEO and co-founder of Grow Super, based from Sydney, Australia. Grow Super is leading the transformation of the pension industry in the Asia Pacific and has successfully established a solid footprint in Australia, which is considered one of the largest pension fund under administration in the world. Now, let me begin by asking this question to both of our guests. Where do you see APAC 10 years from now in terms of the size of the capital markets? Will it continue to be passive or agree with the analysis as the new center of growth? Let me ask this question first to Fernando.
Thank you, Billy. First of all, let me thank you for having me and the audience for watching. The last few years, Asia's capital markets have been growing faster than the world average, both in terms of issuances and number of issuers. And we think that that trend is here to stay. Actually, recent research shows that issuance rose from $2.5 trillion in 2015 to $2.7 trillion in 2017. This growth has been driven mainly by more issuances in private markets, lower financing costs, and increased retail participation. That said, as you pointed out, the capital supply, as measured by annual issuances, represents only a small amount, a small percentage of the GDP, around 10%, which is well below the world average of 15%. This is caused mainly by systemic challenges in the Asian capital markets, such as liquidity and underdeveloped market infrastructure. We think that technology, including AI and blockchain, are going to play a big role in bridging the substantial gap that we see between more developed markets like Europe and US and then the Asia market. Actually, if Asia were to match the average rate of issuances around the world, it would add around $1.5 trillion in annual capital supply, which in turn would translate into thousands of companies tapping Asia's capital markets for the first time, providing crucial accelerant for growth, especially in Asia's developing countries. Here, I would like to point out that most of this growth we have been seeing in the SME space. More small and medium-sized enterprises are accelerating capital market financing, and this growing engagement of SMEs in capital markets gives prosperity that percolates down to the grassroots of an economy, especially the developing ones. When it comes to the Asia becoming a financial hub, I think it's worth mentioning the rise of mainland China. The market represents around 50% of the issuances and more than 30% of the outstanding stock of capital in Asia. That's a recent friction, between China and the US might mean that there's a split in Asia between the countries under, let's say, the Chinese sphere and all the others. So we at SBI and I myself personally think that on top of more traditional financial hubs like Shanghai and Hong Kong, other places like Singapore, Tokyo, and Osaka might play a bigger role going forward. Finally, it's also very encouraging that much of this growth has been driven by greater retail participation, which is going to basically help to bring increased wealth to the middle class across all the APAC region.
Thank you, Fernando. That's a really good insight on how Asia is becoming more diverse and also the really relatively untapped portion of the economy. Now, turning back to you, Matt, what's your view, especially coming out from Australia, which is also another major hub in the Asia Pacific?
Yeah, I love looking into the future and trying to imagine where the world will be in 10 years. I don't think anyone gets it right. I'm sure 5 or 10 years ago, if you saw a sign that said that we would be living in a pandemic, you probably would have disagreed in 2010, but that's the reality. I do believe the seeds that businesses, technology companies, multinationals are planting today will come to fruition in Asia Pac over the next 10 years. When we look at Asia from an Australian perspective, it's not only making economic progress, but enormous strides in human development. You're seeing people live longer, you're getting greater literacy, and the big thing that we're starting to notice is that there's an enormous surge in internet and technology use. When you actually look at the amount of accounts that are used from an internet perspective, China and India alone account for 1/3 of the usage. I guess in summary, what I'm looking at is that really the pool of digital consumers means that the capital markets center of gravity will have to shift And over the next, it might not be 10 years, but I certainly think 15 years, you're going to see that Asia will be a driving force of that, rather than just a passenger that sits and works with the rest.
Thank you for that, Matt. Both of you highlighted the role of technology such as DLT and AI as a driving force in shaping the capital markets. Now, let me ask you again, both of you, about this specific question. As we see, there's a shifting demographic towards aging population in countries such as Australia and Japan, where you are based. What are the lessons that we can learn in terms of opportunities? Maybe this time around, let's start with you, Matt.
Yeah, look, we see three things as being really obvious, and the first is this appetite for technology. You are seeing a greater number of users who are retired who weren't born with an iPhone in their hand, however, do have this desire to receive real-time information that's contextually relevant. So we're seeing a greater surge in the aging population for the use of technology rather than the traditional way, which is that you're sending a manual paper-based process. The next thing that we're seeing that is that there's an enormous appetite for personal solutions at scale. So if you're retired, you don't want to be told that you're 67 and you're a female and you live here, or you're a couple, and therefore this is the type of investment solution you should get. You want to feel special, and you're seeing that where previously you would have to go and pay a substantial amount of money to a financial advisor or whatnot, but technology is actually enabling you to get customized digital solutions at scale, and you can actually do that from either one institution or from multiple. The third thing is that my background is in financial advice, and I've always said people have two fears when they retire, when they used to come and see me. And that fear was, the first was running out of money, and the second was dying. And I've always put them they're not worried about dying, they're actually more worried about running out of money. And financial institutions will really need to look at those lessons and opportunities about how they can actually manage longevity risk for their consumers, because people are going to get older, people are going to live longer, and people are going to need solutions that can support them over and above what the government can provide.
Thanks for that, Matthew. Fernando, in your view, coming out from Japan, which is also another center of quite a large aging population, are you also seeing the same trend that the older population are also becoming more tech savvy when it comes to investment, financial, their savings?
Yeah, absolutely. But I'd like to start by mentioning that in Japan, the banks are holding into around 10 trillion US dollars in deposits, $10 trillion. And most of that wealth is actually owned by, the elderly, and mainly those aged over 50 or 60 year olds. Not only that, these deposits are actually increasing. And the main sources of that increased household wealth is actually coming for, again, the same population, people over 50 or 60 year olds. Not only that, also when it comes to, let's say, equity owned by households, most of it is actually owned by the older population. You would have thought that younger population is more, feels more comfortable with risk. It's actually the other way around. Younger people are actually more risk averse. So that means that actually we at SBI, we see that many of our clients, the clients of, let's say, our broker, are actually people over 50, most of them. And that said, even though you're wealthy, they might not be tech savvy, which means that when we develop, let's say, smartphone applications for such clients, well, we try to make the UX as simple as possible, right? Which in many cases meant that we were compromising security, right? Because you don't want to impose multi-factor authentication in such, demography. That said, by doing so, we've seen an increase in cyber attacks, right? And more fraud. So basically, something that we've seen in Japan is trying to find the right balance between, easy access to capital markets through technology, and then cybersecurity. And AI is going to play a big role here, because we want to be able to implement what we call risk-based authentication across the board, right? If the way you're behaving with your terminal doesn't raise any red flags, you should impose, two-factor, three-factor authentication on your customers. On the flip side, if you see potentially suspicious behavior, let's say simultaneous accesses from the same account from Osaka and Tokyo at the same time, and that's not possible, right? Something fishy is going on. So we're putting a lot of effort on that front by using AI technology and also blockchain that basically allows all the stakeholders in the ecosystem to see what's going on. And that, again, combined with AI would enable us to offer really good UX without compromising cybersec. And since in not only Japan, other countries in the APAC region have a lot of savings. People are, it's not like Europe and the US, right? But the saving rates are pretty low. Within the many other countries in Asia are pretty much like that. And it's going to be actually the other population, maybe the most active in the capital markets.
Thank you, Fernando. Since we are on the topic of technology, we've seen new products such as digital asset born out of innovations, such as from blockchains, particularly like Corda and the other DLT. Fernando, as we've seen the digital or native token assets rapidly entering into the mainstream, how do you see digital asset will change the landscape? What innovative products will it enable?
I think at least initially, inefficient and underdeveloped markets will provide the best entry across a whole range of products, equities, debt, and also alternative asset classes, such as working capital financing, commodities, and art. Some people may think that going after large size equity and fixed income issuance is more juicy, but being realistic, you have to fight against the big incumbents, right? The big stock exchanges, the big brokers. So that's why we, SBI and many of our partners, will be focusing on medium-sized issuers, which ties into the SME discussion that we had before. In some countries like Japan, the SMEs make up for up to 90% of the GDP of the country. And many investors cannot easily buy exposure to such wealth. And that's something that for us is going to be a priority. On top of that, data technology in general we think is going to change the whole value chain of capital markets. When it comes to pre-trade advisory services will become more efficient and built around digital investment ecosystems. When it comes to where to put your money, again, going back to the SME discussion, we see that one of the main things preventing institutional money from going to SMEs is that it's not easy to do the KYC of SMEs. And there are many countries where there's not even a proper registry. That's where something like a SME passport could really help. Any SME with such a passport could easily go to an exchange, digital asset exchange, right, to basically issue equity or corporate bond. So I think that's going to revolutionize the whole market for this underserved SME space. When it comes to the trading part of things, we will be using matching technology based on technology like Corda, which basically will show to all the stakeholders what's actually going on. It's quite easy to prevent things like front running and other suspicious behavior in the capital markets. When it comes to post-trade detail ledger technology, we think it's going to play a huge role in both custody, clearing, and settlement, and mainly help with minimizing the credit risk, because we can implement actual DBP real-time settlement. So in other words, we see a digital asset ecosystem revolutionizing the value chain. When it comes to new asset classes, we think that something which is pretty new and is actually in the news these days is that will we see the advent of purely digital assets like gaming items. That's a huge market. As you know, you have Epic picking a big fight with Apple. And one of the reasons for that is that such digital items or asset classes are not being properly regulated at this moment. But that's potentially a source of wealth. So having a proper digital asset markets with proper, compliance and with the regulators buy-in will allow to all the participants to monetize all their assets, no matter whether they are, backed by something physical or are completely virtual. On top of that, we see that especially for high worth, for the more wealthy individuals who want to monetize their assets like art, something like digital assets could help them tokenize that and potentially use those tokens to basically monetize those pieces of art by, let's say, streaming images of their art and taking similar approaches.
Thank you, Fernando. That's really quite a very good insight around like DLT, like Corda it's really changing the value chain, and obviously it will have impact to several segments. Now, deep diving on focus around key targets segments such as like retail and the existing institutional, let me ask this question to Matt. As more firms focuses more on the growing middle class or retail, what would be the role of technologies such as DLT, AI in delivering investment products and financial services to this particular segment?
Yeah, I think it's best, Willie, to probably talk about the world that we live in here and the problem that we've solved with Corda. The truth is, we operate in a landscape in Australia where you have multiple pension funds and investment funds who deliver directly to the retail or middle class, and they also go directly at times to the wholesaler. In our world, however, although it might look like there is one institution at the top, they rely on multiple parties that sit below that. So, for example, let's just choose a pension provider here. Below that, they have a number of fund managers who invest the money for them. They have an insurer who provides insurance to their customers. They have a regulator who monitors them. They have a custodian who takes the money. And they have an administrator who actually completes the registry for them. So you have multiple actors who are required to rely on each other on a daily basis to transfer core information. At the moment, each of those actors has their own repository of data. Each of those actors has to build their own target operating model, and often they're actually restricted or beholden to the legacy technology that sits there. So we live in a world where everything thinks it happens in real time. They live in a world where often they have to send faxes or physical humans to pass messages, or get humans to actually type things in manually to pass instruction from one party to the other. As you can see straight away, we've got that much manual handling. So our view is that what DLT can do is that if you look at a fund manager in Australia who provides unlisted managed funds, they also provide ETFs, and they also provide pension funds, pension solutions. They currently have 3 registry platforms with 5 different parties across those 3 registry platforms. So 15 parties who rely on each other to talk to each other on a daily basis. They have 3 registers. So it's like having 3 operating systems for your phone, one when you're in Australia, one when you go across to Europe, and one when you go to the US. It just doesn't make sense, but that was because this technology was built before the internet. So our envision is that DLT can ensure that all parties are operating on the same source of truth. The next thing is that you're eradicating the significant manual handling that sits there today. The thing after that is that you can ensure that you're looking at an open architecture environment, and you're living in a world where all endpoints for us have an open API. So what that means is that businesses can start to take control of their operating model. They can plug and play best of breed providers today, but if new technology comes out in 6 months, 12 months, 5 years, or 10 years, DLT actually enables them to change that. The third thing is that it actually really improves security. We can have trust that businesses can actually have certification on who is entering their system. It's validated by smart contracts, and there's an immutable record that sits there. So it is fundamentally going to transform and eradicate the waste that sits there in services today. The next thing is what it allows you to do is it just efficient pricing becomes there, and we're starting to see a world where I believe in 10 years where there won't be a difference between a wholesale investor and a retail investor, and the reason for that will be because technology will enable institutions to have two lines where essentially there's one registry platform that's run on DLT that ensures that whether you're a wholesaler investor or a retail investor, you get access to the same investments. In the current world we live in today, that's not possible. If you're an investor in Australia with DLT, you could actually invest in other jurisdictions and other geographies and have access to that without having to duplicate your membership or duplicate your customer profile in Europe. In DLT land, we could actually do that and we could certify each other. So I think what we're seeing today, mate, is that it will transform and create the future. And we are very lucky in the state that we're in today.
Thank you so much, Matt. It's really solidified that Asia really, with technologies such as like Corda, who is promoting trust, efficiency, and security, will really revolutionize the way how capital market will work in the future, and it will be a very solid standing point, especially in the growth of the Asia Pacific. I would like to thank all our good two business leaders for joining us today in this panel, and thank you so much. Bye bye.
trade finance activities, what they might need to look to do. And then finally, we'll look at Contour as a case study. We'll talk about what is Contour and how we've moved from consortium to company through building, testing, and building. So the first thing when looking at really building any network or building any new transformational solution is you have to start with a problem. And the problem that trade and trade finance has is really comes down to a lack of operational efficiency and silos of development in terms of technological advancement. So if you think about trade, a lot of people think of buyers and sellers, maybe banks who are providing a trade finance facility or a loan. Then you have the shipping companies, you have ports, you have customs, and the list just keeps on growing. All these industries use different standards, they use different systems, different platforms, and really the only common denominator that links all of them is paper. And this has really stopped the entire industry from digitizing, from finding efficiency, and from really allowing barriers to be reduced so that new companies will see trade as an option for them rather than as something that is very challenging to do. Now, of course, the industry has been trying to digitize over the past few decades, but everyone's been doing it by themselves. Even within a relatively cohesive group like banks who are providing trade finance, if each bank builds their own digital solution, it isn't going to be able to digitize trade. And the same thing goes with all of the other industries. Now, there are third parties that have tried to bring together the industry into these platforms, but those have been met with suspicion and a lack of scale, mainly due to their centralized database structure. You could imagine the type of power and risk that can come with all of the world's global trade happening through a central platform. And this is exactly where blockchain comes in. Blockchain can allow all of these industries, which are connected very much so in their business processes, but that's about it, to come together on a common network and use common standards to really increase the pace of digitization to something that we've never seen before. We think that this can reduce barriers to trade and trade finance. We think that this can enrich communities through more global trade, but it's not a sort of a certain outcome. There's still work that we have to do. And one of the things that we're going to have to do is to work together to make sure that we don't repeat the digital silos that exist today with digital blockchain silos. So we still need to make sure that this industry does sort of rationalize itself to make sure that that collaboration that we're seeing really does extend out to the entire industry, which is really one of the key foundational values that I've realized and that Contour has realized, which is no one company can actually digitize trade by themselves. It's going to have to be an open, interoperable network of many different solutions working together to do this. And this is really the journey that I'd like to take you on today. Now, what is leading to this change? It's useful to think about what are the dynamics that actually lead to such a major transformation. Well, the first thing, of course, is the realization that global trade needs a network in order to network. But how do you go about doing that? And who is pushing for this? Who is asking for it? Well, one of the things that is sort of driving this is the dynamic of corporates who are involved in international trade, whether they be buying or selling, are increasingly choosing platforms that give them choice, that give them the ability to find the lowest possible price for a service that they see as being homogeneous. So if you think of trade finance, maybe a letter of credit or a loan from many different banks is seen as a positive. One, it allows you to ensure you're getting the best price, and maybe it also allows you to access more finance than what you could access from any one bank. So we're seeing this trend of corporates choosing these multi-bank platforms over single bank offerings, which has sort of got the banks thinking, if all of my clients want a single, a multi-bank offering over the single bank offerings that I've been investing my time and money in doing, how do I be a part of that? You may have seen different investments that banks are making in some of these third-party platforms, but the collaboration that we're seeing in the blockchain world is even beyond that, where banks are coming together and forming new companies as consortiums to really solve this problem and to own their own future. So that's a huge dynamic that's really leading this forward. The next dynamic is the sort of realization that interconnected networks offer far more leverage and capability compared to a single source trade offering. It's just amazing to see the value that you can add to a transaction if it can keep going beyond the scope of that one platform. So, an example to bring this to life: if you think of trade finance, it really starts with the request for finance and then the provision of that finance. But of course, there's lots that happens before that request happens, such as agreeing on a contract or arranging for a shipment or arranging for insurance. And then lots happens after that finance, such as collecting goods from a port, clearing it through customs. And if your network doesn't connect to those things that happen before and after your process, you're not going to add the value that you could potentially. The third thing that's sort of driving this sort of transformation has been the cost to serve model for trade is becoming far more transparent. Everyone's starting to realize that the cost of offering a very paper and process intensive solution is just not going to provide the returns that it should. It's just far too costly. And the number of banks that are going to be offering these types of solutions is going to decrease, which is not good for the world of trade. It's not good for the world in general. So we really think that digitization can allow for to do more with less. And if you can do more with less, that not only helps uh, financing companies like banks provide more trade credits, it also allows for smaller corporates to access trade finance where otherwise they haven't been able to. You may have heard, a lot of these numbers be quoted. 1.5 trillion trade gap in terms of companies that want trade finance but that can't access it. And this global pandemic that's really reduced global trade. There was a study done by WTO recently that said up to 3 trillion in new global trade finance is going to be required to sort of get the economy to where it was before the pandemic. The fourth dynamic of trade finance that's really leading to this transformation and allowing, for these networks to emerge, has been that the digital wave of trade is gathering momentum. Now, it's not new. There's been digital platforms in trade and trade finance for decades, but it seems now that banks are willing to commit and scale solutions, whereas before they were only interested in using them for sort of a niche market or a niche industry. And because everyone's willing to now make big bets to say, I'm not willing to do something as a test, I'm not willing to do something as an experiment, we're looking to do things wholesale. That really plays into the ability for a global trade network to emerge and to survive. So this is really the time. This is the perfect time for a network like this to emerge, and we feel very fortunate at Contour that we're here to take advantage of this opportunity and to deliver this service to the industry in this time of need. And really, the industry has recognized, right, that time and technology is at hand to digitize, to automate, and to unify all these elements of trade. But then you have to actually do it. And this is actually one of the hardest parts of building a global trade ecosystem. It's not even getting the banks to collaborate. I think we've proven the ability that banks will collaborate to build new technologies, as evidenced with R3 and as evidenced with companies like Contour. But it's not just about banks collaborating, or even really about the wider industry collaborating. You actually need to adopt a solution. And if you look at digitization of trade and building this trade ecosystem, you have to look at it as a step by step process. Change will come slowly by some terms, and by some terms, it might happen very quickly. It depends on what your measurement is. But really, the first step has to be to embrace digitization as a concept. And what I mean by digitization, it's not about using a platform or using a digital message. It's actually about removing paper. So if you think back to what I said before about all of the different silos of global trade and why progress has been so slow, it's because there's this lowest common denominator of communication is paper. Why paper exists is really a concept for debate. If you talk to a corporate as to why is there paper involved in your international trade transactions, they may say, oh, because the bank demands it. If you ask the bank, why paper is required, they may say, oh, because my customer demands it for their port or for their customs. And if you ask, customs, why do you demand paper? It's like, well, the shipping company produces paper, and that's what they want to see before the goods are released. And everyone has, their own theory. But really, it just illustrates the point that if everyone agrees that we're not going to use paper anymore, then paper won't be required. And removing the requirements for paper removes paper. And it sounds simple, but let's take a very traditional product in global trade, a letter of credit, for example. So if you look at a letter of credit, paper comes from one thing. It comes from a buyer writing into their letter of credit application. It's going to be issued by their bank saying, only release payment to my supplier. They've delivered what I want. And they're going to prove it by giving you pieces of paper. Now, that buyer could easily say, I want you to check a PDF that's been electronically signed, or I want to see a piece of data coming from the source, proving that container was loaded onto that ship and delivered to that port. But because the ecosystem doesn't exist for that yet, and because the adoption of the ecosystem of digital solutions has been so low, paper continues to be in that requirement. So the first thing is we need to really rationalize where we're using paper. If you do not need a wet signature, a stamp on a piece of paper, we think that every corporate who's using a traditional product like a letter of credit should definitely not request an original. If you request a copy, it will be more than enough for you to clear customs, to get your goods. The bank does not require an original. And this is really sort of an education thing more than anything. Now, there's some documents that are more important than others in terms of having an original piece of paper. And these are typical documents of title. So if you think of global trade, the entire basis of global trade and trade finance is the transfer of goods from one party to another. And it used to be that transfer of goods happened with the goods themselves. Until you had the goods in hand, they weren't your responsibility and you did not own them. But that all changed with standardization of shipping containers and the emergence of global trade routes with bills of lading, pieces of paper being negotiable documents that represented title to those goods. Now, this set might sound like a recent innovation, but it's actually more than 100 years old. And this was a huge thing because now traders could trade pieces of paper. They didn't have to worry about trading physical goods. And banks could finance those pieces of paper knowing that, if the buyer couldn't pay, that they could go and sell those goods to someone else based on that piece of paper. So it's a very important tool, and it's based on hundreds of years of marine law. So digitizing it's not easy, but there are solutions that offer digital alternatives to things like a bill of lading, which is a document of title. And it's really about embracing those solutions and making sure that they can scale and connecting them with the workflow. I talked about before interconnected networks that can really help building this foundation of digitization. We really think that that's a really key foundational technology for digitization of trade. One, you have to connect banks and corporates. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. And two, you have to connect the physical supply chain to that financial supply chain, which is the trade finance process with the shipping process. Okay, that's the first thing. So once you get corporates who are really starting to embrace these digital standards, or even just copies and things that are e-signed, now you have to do something with all of that data, with all of that digital documents. How are you going to exchange them? How are you going to get them to the bank? Emails have numerous security issues. It's very hard to authenticate. It's not going to be the solution for global trade, or else it would have happened already. Single bank platforms have a problem because they're simply single banks. And as I mentioned, the third party platforms have a problem because of centralization. So this is where a decentralized network can really provide a scalable solution where a corporate can join knowing it's going to be future proof, and they can know that their data is going to be safe with them, and they're only going to have to share certain data with their trading partners as they require. Now, we also need to have a network that's going to work for both large and small companies. Making sure that these networks are as big as possible can help reduce the cost for everyone. If you don't have to manage a whole bunch of niche solutions for different industries, then the economics really start to kick in of scale, and you can really drive adoption. The other thing that corporates are going to look for is that they want to join networks that have strong governance and industry support. You know, they're not going to join a simple network just because it has flashy technology or a nice user interface. They want to know that when they join a network, that their trade partners are also going to want to join it, that their governments can join it, that their ports and their customs and their banks will also want to join it. So making sure it's a trusted network is also going to be really, really important. Once they made that decision, now it's about influencing others to join. You know, and process efficiency will only increase as the network grows. You know, blockchain is a team sport is something that we say very often. So, you know, getting the corporate to bring in their banks, their buyers, their suppliers, their industry to adopt a common network, that could really expand because as you bring on the bank for your industry, they'll bring on other industries. Your buyers will be buying from other sellers and so on and so on. And the network will just continue to scale. Now, for really big businesses, this may not be possible to do for every business line all at once. You may be buying from a certain country that has maybe a lower adoption of digitization if you go back to step one. So it's not about doing everything all at once. It is really choosing the lowest hanging fruit, starting with the major trade corridors where there's less barriers to adoption, getting those going, and then starting to expand that to cover the entire trade flow. And this, from a corporate standpoint, is likely how we're going to end up by having a global network for trade. Now, we also need a network operator. Now, this is a true thing when it comes to how are we going to actually control these networks? How are we going to build these networks? Who's going to build the software that adds business value to the networks? And this is where the industry has come together through collaboration and said, let's build it ourselves. And this is the story of Contour. So Contour was formed by leading trade banks and industry partners to solve some of these long-standing inefficiencies in global trade. They realized they couldn't build it themselves. They didn't want a third party to build it for them, so they wanted to build it themselves. And the reason why is not just to cut costs or try to reduce staff in processing centers. It's really about creating more trade to create a better and brighter future for businesses and communities around the world by making global trade more accessible, digital, and secure. And now to do that, the mission is really to build this, to build the global decentralized network for trade, powered by innovation, trust, and collaboration. Contour's really going to be going on this amazing journey, and we're really excited to share it with you today. But what is it? Well, what is Contour Network as a case study? So Contour started as a collaboration of banks, started as a consortium. We'll get into this a little bit later, powered by R3's core to blockchain software. That really is about enabling an enhanced degree of collaboration. That's at the core of it. So collaboration means not just, okay, it's a collaboration of banks that have agreed to invest in the solution. It's also a collaboration of the participants on a transactional level. So right now, if you take a very classic trade product like a letter of credit, which is actually, in fact, the launch product of Contour, it's a turn-based game. It's based on a whole bunch of messages going between at least four, if not more, parties. Where you have buyers and sellers trying to agree on terms. You have a buyer negotiating with their bank. You have that bank negotiating with the seller's bank negotiating with the seller, and all of these different messages flying around, trying to all agree on really a transaction. Now, messages is not the best way of managing that. You'd want to use a workflow system. You want to coordinate multiple events in a digitally distributed collaborative environment so the buyers and sellers can agree on all of the terms before it goes to the the buyer's bank to issue the letter of credit. If there needs to be a change, everyone can see the change all at once and agree to that change in real time. So what used to take a week can now be done in an afternoon. So it just completely revolutionizes the user experience of everyone using it. And honestly, user experience can be a great way at motivating corporates to go through those 4 steps that we talked about before. If you're not making their very first transaction using your solution better than the transaction they did last week, it's going to be a really hard sell to push them up that ladder because it's a lot of work, it's a lot of change management. If your network is going to say, once we have a global network, this is going to add a lot of value, that's going to be a tough sell, which is why we focused on digitizing existing trade finance processes that are key to global trade. Now, this wasn't an easy decision. If you wanted to build a global trade product from the ground up, you probably would not build a letter of credit. You would build a fully digital system, automatic data matching. It would be extremely streamlined. It would be standardized. And of course, it would have no business volume on it because that's not the product that people are using today. And trying to change how people trade, not just the platform that they use, is a massive piece of work. So what we've decided is we're going to take the industry with us on a journey. So we're going to meet the industry where they are, and we're going to meet them at their biggest pain point, which happens to be these traditional products like a letter of credit. Now, don't get me wrong, there's still a lot of business happening on letters of credit. It's close to 2 trillion US dollars a year, but that's still only 10 to 15% of global trade volumes. We think we can increase that by making letters of credit more digital, easier, more accessible to a wider number of businesses. We also think we could just make it better for those who use it already. But most importantly, it's going to seed our network. And you have to seed a network. If you think of Uber or something like that, if you wanted to grab an Uber, it's not going to be a very good user experience if there's no cars on the road. And say if you wanted to be an Uber driver, it's not going to be a very good business model if there's no one with the app who's calling you for a ride. You have to seed the network. And seeding the network in sort of a B to C model like Uber is very different, where you can sort of buy users and things like that, than in the B2B market, where it doesn't matter how much money you have, you're not going to buy users. You need to add value. You need to solve a problem. And that's why we're focusing on this, and that's why we've had such success in our early stages, because people really want a better letter of credit solution, and then once they have that, they're going to want more. They're going to want to look at other products that they use, and before long, we're not even going to have products. We're just going to have trade services. The future is not letters of credit. The future is providing customers what they need when they need it in an orchestrated way. So a new global standard providing common digital infrastructure for all banks and corporates. And even if you think about just that, just banks and corporates in one network, that's already transformational. That's already enough to unlock rapid progress towards digitization and product innovation. But Contour didn't stop there. If you remember earlier, we talked about the importance of connecting this financial supply chain with the physical supply chain. That's something we've taken very seriously from the beginning, and we've reached out to existing leaders in the sort of electronic bill of lading space, Bolero and Estox, and we've integrate their workflow into our workflow, so that if you want to use an electronic document standard, which again is step 1 of the process, you can do that in your very first transaction on Contour. If you also want to use it for a regular transaction in paper and maybe you haven't digitized yet, we'll also let you do that. And the reason why we did that is we allowed you to sort of skip step 1 for some of your transactions. It again goes to the same thinking. We have to work with you to digitize. We can't force the world to adopt our standard. We have to work with them as they digitize. And we're living in difficult times right now, but in a lot of ways, it's driving a lot of change quickly. Speaking to one of our providers, we have a podcast series. This was Alex at Estox, and he was saying that in the last 6 weeks, they had signed up more digital document providers than they had in the previous 6 months. It is really accelerating. and it's starting to sort of add a lot of value to these networks, and it's starting to really fulfill the potential of a global digital network for trade. So how did you get here? How did we get here? As Contour, we've taken an approach of build, test, build. So what does that mean? We know that we can't just build what the industry wants from scratch. We know we can't build it all at once. We're going to have to work with the industry as we're building a solution, testing it with them, ideally with live transactions, and then taking that feedback to build more until you get to a point, which is the point we're at right now, where you're ready to launch in production, which is super exciting. So if we go back to the beginning, 2018, January was the inception of Contours under a different name back then. As a consortium, it was an R3 project. Number of banks had got together and said, this is a problem we're solving, let's work together on it. Started off as bank developers, finally hired a third-party development company, and eventually we got to the point where the customer feedback was so strong that we needed to actually wrap a company around our solution. Our CEO likes to call this a reverse startup. And it is really a lot of times a reverse startup. We started with this product where we knew we had this great sort of user experience, where we had the interest and the attention of the global trade economy, and we had to sort of build all of the governance, all of the legal processes, and of course continue to strengthen the technology product as well, so that we can launch. We incorporated the company in January, and our production launch is going to be right now, actually, because you're going to see this in the future. So we are live. Come and join us. We're going to be working with sort of innovator banks, early adopter corporates who are keen to use this solution and to really not just use it for themselves, but again, use it for their industries, use it with their buyers, with their suppliers, with their trade routes, to really help us scale this network. That's really the only way to do it. You can't do everything at once, but you can't also limit yourself. So we focused on letters of credit, as I've mentioned, because the global standard. It's the same data set around the world. It's the same process around the world. It's governed by the International Chamber of Commerce, so it's not subject to any one country's laws, and that makes it a great candidate to sort of seed our network. And we're seeing that really take off in a number of industries that are heavy users of the letter of credit, whether that be agricultural, petrochemicals, metals, retail goods, textiles, and we've really been able to expand, as you can see on this map, to most parts of the world by the end of next year. These are some of our partners that we have involved right now. We have some of the world's leading trade finance banks, as well as technology companies, management consultants, and other digital trade platforms. It is going to take everyone to work together to make a global trade ecosystem work, and that is the vision and the mission of Contour. I hope you've learned something today and you've enjoyed the presentation. Thank you very much, R3, for inviting me to speak today at Cordacon, and hope to see you all soon when we can get back together. Cheers.
Yeah. So similarly, here you see that we have got 1 million, 2 drawdowns of 1 million each paid to the Alliance corporate. So that is what completes our loan process. Now we get into a second part of thing where we go into how each of these loan assets are digital assets behind the scene on DLT. What we also can actually create. Let's go to Citibank. We can, if you could go to the loan details, and yeah, we will like to see the digital assets. If you expand it, what we are showing here is that there are two tokens which are basically a broken up tokenization, or what we call as fractionalization